Good evening, good morning, and good God, what the fuck is wrong with you people? Oh, twin planes, death. I still got an extra gun with you. You keep standing me up. And it's getting kind of old. Anyway, sitting here just, well, in reflection uh, and in pain. Uh, got the news I lost a uncle of mine yesterday. Uh, it's oh, I don't know. It's been a day, and that's just one of them days, when you're just like, what fucking else can hit you? What else can drop? What else can go wrong? And it could be a pain in the ass. And it really can be a great big pain in the ass. But, it is what it is, too, huh? And I don't know. You know, few regrets, but there's a couple of things I wish I'd done different. Blah, blah, blah. And um, blah, 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 blah. If it works this way. Hmm. Well, it did not work that way that time. But it did this time. So maybe it's going to do what I want it to do. And be what I want it to be. And all that good stuff. Well, it's, I don't know. Like I said, fucking looking back on some shit, on a lot of different shit. Now, regrets, reserves, resentments. Now, can't go back and change any of my prior actions. All I can do is be different in them now. And yeah, but anyway, the old boy in Oklahoma did all 23 or so years ago. Gillespie, I believe was his name. Got convicted of murder, if I remember correctly, and was sentenced to death. And here just a few weeks ago, it finally come to surface, come to light, come out that the prosecutor not not only knowingly but uh, uh, instrumented a false and fictitious testimony to get the feller convicted. And so they sent him back to Oklahoma City jail, and they're going to retry him, they think. But how can you retry somebody? I mean, I thought part of our whole deal was double jeopardy. You know, they couldn't try you for the same shit twice. Well, apparently they tried this cat, found him guilty on a fraudulent, felonious, fictitious prosecution. And instead of going, we fucked up, here is your check, here's the key to the door, we're sorry. They're like, well, maybe we'll violate, protocol law and everything else, charge this guy again, but yet keep him in fucking jail when we've had him there for 23 goddamn years on a death sentence, on death row, and maybe charge him again, even though, the first time we done it, it was felonious, fictitious, and illegal. But we're probably gonna try him again, and it was just a glaze over. They just run over it so fast about the illegal goings on of the prior court case or hearing trial. That not only are they going to try him again, but they know that they had tried and convicted him on felonious fucking misinformation on the state's part, but they get to try him again. So I don't think so, Tim. But when you are a slave, a product, or a commodity, it's not about what's legal, just, right, or even beneficial to you. It's about what serves the state, what pays the state, yada, yada, yada. What's to their benefit. You do not matter. Nor do I, for that matter. So there's all of that. Who wants to do some science? I'm bored. I'll be on the road this next week. Going all over different parts of the country in all kinds of ways. Oklahoma, then Texarkana, and the old stomping grounds of Eastland, Texas, and so forth and so on. But last, I don't know, year and a half, 2 years, I've been stuck in some confusion, some discontent, maybe a little hate and vengeance. And I don't know, just in light of things. And, it's time to let all that shit down. Pull my big boy pantalones up, as they would say, and rock on. Quit acting retaliatory and vicious, and on the ways I regret acting in recent times, the last couple of years. Very little that I ever do that I honestly regret I mean, just fucking regret. Uh, most things that people would associate with regret, I wouldn't. I'm still going to do it, but I'd have preferred it being a little different, softer, better, whatever, equitable way. But some of the shit in the last 2 years, I just wish wouldn't have happened at all. Like I said, a level of regret that I've not really had um, in my life up to this point. Like I said, most things that I just wish I'd been able to play out in a different way. So, but anyway, Shift told me to do it all. It's all Shift's fault. But Ashley put Shift up to it, so you know it ain't my fault. You can't blame me for nothing that I've done. It's somebody else's fault. You know, and and I'm gonna heal, but yet I'm gonna continue to change nothing and act in the same ways that I have. that you know, yeah, you know, I'll see some people on here or on other social media platforms, sites that you know, like the last 15, 16 years, somewhere along in there, have regurgitated the same toxic, narcissistic bullshit uh, about life events repetitively, the same scenarios, just different faces. Um, and yet it's somebody else's fault. And has kind of went from uh, vengeance to complete and utter um, fucking pity um, for the poor soul. But yet, kind of you have to, I don't know. It's still an internal confliction in some of it because in some of it it's like, man, play stupid games, win stupid prizes. When you continue to play the same stupid game, then your problems compounded, multiply exponentially. Um, and ha ha ha, you get what karma, what you deserve. Um, I don't reckon, I know I haven't got what I deserve, especially on the consequences end. I've had a lot of consequences and some for shit I didn't have nothing to do with. If I truly got what I deserved for my actions in total to date, on the spiritual scale, I guess, um, we're not a pit low enough, you know. So thank God for mercy and grace. But love's a powerful thing, and so is hate. And they're, they coexist. They operate one within in the other. Because without love, you couldn't have hate. Without hate, you couldn't have love. You know. And I know I hate the internal turmoil and pain that I have navigated the last few years. Well, June it'll be, it started, I guess, 3 years ago. No, come June, it'll be 3 years ago. And I don't know what June 6th, the importance of the date, but and being with family and whatnot, it popped up in the history again. And for those that don't know, that's June 6th, the day I started the channel. Um, it's also the day my mom passed. Um, it's also the day that as a blended family, uh, we started the journey a few days before, but we landed in Leith, Arkansas, at my dad's parents on June the 6th. Um, there's also been a couple other um, things that I can't recall exactly make the links. There's been two other that were significant that I just don't recall that happened on June the 6th. So, but anyway, um, speaking of my uncle passing, um, like I said, I hadn't seen him in quite a few years. That was my sperm donor, that's my sperm donor side of the family. And after he and mom split ways, some of them I seen. Actually, one of my aunts we lived with for a while, but uh, I had several cousins that were that a daily part of my life. That one day they were there, and then the next day they were gone. And um, two of them, I had absolutely no idea or anything, any contact or anything to all the last year or so. And but anyway, I was talking to one of them, and I sent him I I sent a message today, and I asked if that side of the family, this side of the family had any family reunions or anything like that, events, planned for this summer, or if it was something that uh, that you know uh, uh, the family did from time to time or whatever. And their response is no, but you can organize one. You can set one up. And my first response was, organization is not my skill. Set and leading the masses or a group or whatever is not either. And when I, the people that show up in attendance, when I have done things, speaks for itself, and blah blah blah, type deal. And I said, but together we probably could, but I can't do it on my own. And as I'm saying that, like I said, there's a couple of two or three, messages back and forth. She texted her dad had just texted her that her uncle had passed, and her dad, my uncle, is 80 plus years old, and the first thing she said was, "You need to, you should come down and um, go with dad and drive dad. He could use the driver." And then it hit me. It's like, and I guess maybe that's one reason I don't ever ask for much, say much, shit like that, is because, as my luck would go, as they say. I mean, the last time I give somebody my word, made absolute plans that I was going to be somewhere on a set date, uh, was for June the 6th, 2022, the day my mother passed. And from that, from then on, I don't really. I have intentions. I have goals that I try, but as far as making plans, but like I'll be there come hell or high water. No, I'll be there. Good Lord willing, and the creek don't rise. And even if the good Lord ain't willing and the creek does rise, as long as there's not an affliction uh, or harm to those that I love, then by God, I'm going to be there. You know, but and like I said, I don't even do that anymore. You know, I'll do my best. I'll try. You know, my intention is, but anyway, so there's that, and but like I said, you know, and a lot of that, and it ain't just day. It's been, I mean, I've had several of y'all reach out to me in the last month and a half, 2 months. You know, I got real quiet, uh, which March 20th was Mom's birthday. Dad's birthday was April the 20th. Uh, uh, um, anyway, and then, you know, man, then you got Moms, and anyway, like I said, I think with the things that had, for one, I threw myself into other situations um, after my mother passed that presented themselves that seemed to be, you know, the answer to my prayers and, you know, you know, God looking out for me, you know, blah, blah, blah. And never really processed a lot of that shit. And I think here in the last couple of months that I have processed some of it. Anyway, um, you know, it is what it is, so be it, blah, blah. Um, anyway, like I said, I wished I could have uh, gotten to where I'm at today with a lot of that through a different means. Um, not saving my face in any means, but um, some of it, and I'm not going to fucking go back to it tomorrow. But you know, the bozo deal, my actions in that, uh, the hate, disdain, the pain I felt towards, and do to a degree still, but that individual for their what they inflicted upon me. Um, and like I said, it was a perfect storm. Um, and like I said, I'm not apologizing. I'm not seeking forgiveness or redemption. You know, like I said, all of them less than characteristic and uh, actions and you know spiteful, vengeful, fucking hateful things I've done uh, are just not my normal route in anything. Uh, no matter the relationship or the level of it or any of that. And I like to, I make no excuses for this, for any of it. It's just the way the events unfolded. And what was just Bird pulling up on Tonic. Rebel being jealous that He didn't. Bird didn't pull up on him. And, I need my fucking cigarette. Wham, 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 wham. But anyway, I'm looking for the twin flame for death. The Reaper. Uh, you know who you are, dog. You keep making appointments, and then no call, no show. Uh, you know, so. Oh, so is anything going on exciting in the fucking land of fucking YouTube, folks? Oh, I'm going to have to mute for a minute. I got to go visit another stream. Well, I won't mute. So here we are again. Uh, I love this crazy broad over here. Uh, I can't follow 2/3 of what in the hell she's got going on, but uh, anyway, yeah. Um, you know what it are. Um, I'm not sure. Anyway, uh, most of the time, a lot of times I don't even uh, have a don't even listen, to the topic. I had to sit and fucking cut up with the chat, and so. Oh, anyway, but yes. Anyway, so I'm listening to this one. So, anyway, like I said, I don't know what's going on. Anyway, blah, 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 blah. Somebody hit that link. You fucking things. Oh, anyway, all right, I'm back. So, yes, I are. I are back. And, well, young be back. Young on me, hell, I can't, keep a focused uh, train of thought in my head sometimes. So, yeah, there's that. I have a hard time with it. I just do. I just do. But that's what I do. So anyway, there's that, and this is that, and another, and a drother, and a this, and a that. So, but anyway, back to what I was talking about. You know, like I said, not seeking redemption or forgiveness or making apologies. You know, and if I did apologize to anybody, it would have to be myself, uh, because yeah, uh, uh, I'm the only one that was harmed in the making of things. So anyway, but no, so be it. You know, it is what it is. It's going to be what it is, and that's it. So anyway, um, but like um, I guess I'm getting my family reunion. So yeah. And we'll see how that goes. Like I said, the one cousin, she's like, your family, and that's all there is to it, and blah blah blah, and she's one of the few. And my uncle's kind of that way, but it was his little brother that fathered me, and God, he knew how fucking fucked up that dude was. So you know, it would be a little hesitant, and hell, I'm hesitant about hanging out with me and how I'm going to act. So you know, but that's something that uh, in even inside the family that when your family, family's family, and that's all. That's uh, not something that transpired in my family unit very much. There was, I mean, I had a few, great aunts and blah blah blah, and whatnot that say it and kind of, well, some of the great aunts and the elders were about it, but and then some of the cousins after that, then they talk about it, but it's not really like bearing about it. But anyway, uh, the sentiment's beautiful. It's a wonderful thing. But it's also a scary thing to think that some people could act in whatever ways, and that they know that fucking uh, I can do whatever I want, and it's still gonna be I'm still gonna be accepted. It's still gonna be X Y Z. Whatever. There's no consequences, and and I understand there's a long jump between fucking just family or whatever, and uh, fucking you know a beneficial, fruitful, prosperous relationship, not toxic resentment of disdain, regret, and revenge. And but one thing I don't know. I guess I could be like more like some of you motherfuckers. Just front and chat and lie and put on and be just fake as fuck. People I can't stand, don't like, fucking uh, whatever it is, and fucking just to get what I want, whether to use them in whatever way, whether it's financially, emotionally, and spiritually, information, just whatever. Um, and apparently that's you know what the world's made up of, and they don't know how to take direct, unfiltered, and honest. Uh, People find it fucking offensive, and whether it's about politics, whether it's about big dicks, little dicks, uh, crazy chicks, short, or whatever. Uh, I'm gonna speak or state my position. I believe however you want to present it. Um, Regardless of who's there, don't like it, uh, disown me. And and like I said, I've got family that's in government, law enforcement, all that other shit that I won't break bread with. There's a few that I will, uh, and it's not because of the jobs or the positions they hold that I won't break bread with them. It's the attitude and the fact that they think that they're really all of that and really believe in the authoritarian and all of that bullshit, And I'm sorry that just ain't going to work over here, folks. Oh, but anyway, rambling of a fucking ignorant lunatic hillbilly. It is stupid. And, it is what it is. And for all of my ignorance, I've learned a whole lot. It's good, we got a whole lot to learn, as it goes. So, and, but who knows, hopefully, in this upcoming family reunion, maybe there'll be some healing in there, and self improvement, uh, for this guy. Um, because that's, something I seek and strive to do or be is better today than I was yesterday. And like I said here, the last bit, you know, I'm not. Oh, it's a little queer ball gazer that's got the little fairy sign, that he wants me to go, you know, uh, violate and all of that shit. I can't apologize to you for self improvement because, probably shit like you can't be improved on, so much less by your worthless self. No. So, but, well, way to show up for the you pukes and, uh, whatever. So, oh, another one of these crazy bitches. One of these scamming hoes with, oh, three fucking photos in a goddamn uh, profile that's been there, an hour and a half. So, and moving on to scams. Um, oh, Chip there. I don't give a fuck. I don't need your forgiveness. Fuck off and die. Um, I mean, you can kindly relate. I mean, you had to buy and kidnap your unconsenting Muslim spouse that you violate, abuse, and disrespect on a daily basis. Uh, uh, I mean, I just don't understand how you put one foot in front of the other, being that kind of a piece of shit, and then look at yourself in the mirror. And well, I mean, I'm sure the way you treat her, and the fact she bought and paid for, and has no free will. That she'll say whatever you want her to say. So I mean, I guess you had legit legal papers on me, and I come from that background. I'd tell you whatever you wanted to hear too. Um, so, but probably her only one sin in life that she'll ever have to pay for or answer to Muhammad or fucking Allah or fucking whoever it is letting a filthy pig like you inside of her sweating and fucking dumping their fucking um, fluids, the swine juice. That's probably what. But no. Now, since you the big old ball gauger now on, I know you call it mama and shit like that. Does it have bigger balls than you? I mean, um, something I'm curious about because it takes some big old balls just to be seen in public with you, much less your little fairy, LBGTQPT plus, you know, uh, fruitcake of a son. And then there's you, the one that taught him to be that way and be the masturbator, ball gazer, So I bet Shelly's proud of you too, huh? Oh, anarchy, chick with her uh, bullet in the head tiger and all of that. Yeah. But see, oh, chump, uh, it's not, thanks for coming around and pulling me out of, some of my self improvement. It's good just to kick a piece of shit every once in a while. Thanks for being that piece of shit. I mean, you can take the link and come up. I won't kick you any harder up here than I do down there. So that boy got his ass whooped. He ran home to mama. So, but anyway, so but yeah, now you can run report to the U pukes and you know, the no cowboy's still crazy. You know, he ain't doxed none of them this time or yet. And, you know, and I find it quite amusing. The biggest things people are upset at me about is doxing that bozo and whatnot. But if I was to share the shit she shared with me, man, probably 8 or 9 of y'all at best that um, she didn't give old cowboy a bunch of dirt, Um, so, uh, you know, and coming to that realization of, and like I said, some of the other people I've talked to in young times, and that she was interacting with and whatnot, that you know, and having to realize that because they talk about somebody else that way to you, they'll talk about you that way to somebody else, and so on. That being said, you know, there's a lot there being said. So, you know, I mean, y'all can. That's more for y'all. Uh, so anyway, back to these scams. And that was what I'm going on right now. A fairly close friend of mine has been caught up in one of these deals, and um, well, just sent some uh, big Nigerian sitting in Uganda, 6 grand, so she can collect, their $47 million inheritance from their daddy, but they needed, this person's, uh, life savings to secure their multi-million-dollar inheritance. So, anyway, but yeah, I mean, but like good for your brother. Yeah, so just thank you. You know, how or what, she said to you, you know, about anybody else. And no, she's done that plus some uh, to you behind your back to somebody else. So, what the heck is this? It's a long arm platypus. So, so what Mandela effects have showed up in your 2025? So, but anyway, yeah, be mindful of those that you're interacting with uh, online or in person, because there's pieces of shit all day, every day out there that don't want to do anything except for separate you from your finances. So, you know, and they will do whatever they got uh, to separate you from them. And they don't give a fuck, it's your grandkids, inheritance, or any of that. And and uh, I mean, I was to a point in a situation today where this person had uh, quite quite a bit of fundage, and but it had to be the transaction had to be run through a Bitcoin ATM that and I knew when and where they were at, and I almost uh, went and physically robbed this person uh, to as a form of an intervention. And whether it would be uh, with the pew pew or threat of violence, and it would have had to been somewhat of a threat of violence. But and it wasn't about robbing them; it was about fucking shaking them away. You know, and that, no, I mean, it's, no, uh, And this person's seen a lot of bullshit in their life the last few months. Their spouse, passed here about a year ago. And uh, anyway, lonesome, blah blah blah. And it just shows how great the need is uh, to be loved by someone, but also the greater need is to have somebody to love and care for. So, and so, but I mean, and just like the last one, and the number on the last motherfucker that tried to play fuck around and find out with Cowboy, uh, it's the that number is 206 755 5576. Guy's name is Michael. Mike. Um, and uh, but yet he was passing off, trying to be, I believe, Katie. No, Nancy Kate. Um, no, and they can sent me a local address. But nigga, that Apple Pay card, which of course they didn't get, and of course they wouldn't have the fucking address. But the goofball motherfucker sent me their phone number. And then, of course, I blocked my number and hide, and the goofy motherfucker actually answers the phone 3 damn times. Well, I'm still texting and talking shit to him, letting them know, uh, on Messenger. Anyway, so, uh, uh, mm. So, so look forward to either this old boy over here will get more bitter and improve and I love it when the girls say self heal. Yeah, no, not self heal, but uh, navigate that journey and get back more to that guy I was before, or the place I was at before, within myself, and you know, uh, even though like good old Andrew says a couple of times, I have you know, I know I'm a piece of shit. I've seen me do it. I don't agree with the shit I'm doing, but I'm liable to do it again. The walking oxymoron paradox. Um, Pandora's box. Um, and and say just like that little love hate deal there with old Chipper there. Um, it just I don't even mind having um, that kind of back and forth or that kind of discontent, disdain for fellow man, you know, and but we're all animals, and it is what it is, and can't change everybody, can't change nothing, none of that shit, and except for ourselves. That's the only thing that changes us and how we proceed uh, from this moment on. Oh, but anyway, no. So from this moment on. Well, anyway, I'm uh, no, you can't have my fucking contacts. Okay. Um, but anyway, scammed and blah 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 blah, and that's where we're at. I'm not back. Boop boop boop. Um, you have empathy and love for your fellow man. Um, you know, you look out for them. You're not. It's not self-seeking, self-serving. Most people today only seek uh, to benefit themselves, no matter the cost or anything it uh, that it cost anybody else. As long as they won't get what they want at the moment, uh, uh, they're good with it. And regardless of what happens to their victim or well, I guess they're just fucking vampires. That's the way I see it. Whether they're spiritual, emotional, financial, whatever, they're just sucking up life force and energy and the goodness out of people. Uh, just just because just because they can do it, and they have you know, and most of them have become quite good at it as well. Uh, but it's the pleasure and the satisfaction and gratification that they derive that is really alarming. The pure evilness of it. Uh, that like I said, that they just inflict regularly upon their fellow man willy nilly, and you know, and like I said, my uh, my garments are not without stains. I definitely won't be throwing the first stone. Um, you know, but like I say, at least I ain't got an answer for some of the shit you motherfuckers do. Uh, I mean, well, thanks because y'all make me feel good about myself. Sitting back and watching this shit unfold, whether it's on YouTube or in the office. Uh, and said, I'm not as healthy or good as I could be, but I'm goddamn sure not as sick and fucked up as I was just a while ago. So, the golden rule, it's so simple, very straightforward, and 150,000,000,000% logical. Not only logical, you know, we know because of that little twinge in the fucking throat and old guts, and whatnot. Uh, as I've said 1,000 times, if I've said it once, laws, morals, moral fiber, character, is all writ on the heart and instilled in the DNA. You know, it's just a primary, uh, essence in there. But apparently, being a narcissistic, self-serving, um, lying piece of shit is also ingrained in the DNA. you know, uh, and there's, I guess, really no other way to see it, to put it, or that it could be. Uh, like I said, when people can only regular, the daily, make a habit, uh, and more out of deceiving, uh, misleading, and mentally, spiritually, and/or emotionally feeding on young people. But anyway, would you um, what's y'all's feedback on literally, and whether it's at a bang bang pew pew point, um, or a huge machete, uh, if you could intervene and on somebody that was being scammed, and the scam is only working due to two basic primal instincts that the scammer elicited from the victim. And one of them is love and be loved, and the other one is the greed. You know, um, which means, well, you're inheriting $47 million, and poor old simple old me that made $47,000 last year. You need my help. I'd be Superman, girl, but you be my sugar mama, right? You got me, right? 47 million. Well, goddamn no, they didn't get $47 million, fucking, because they wanted to, give it away, help people like us and you, and any of that. So, today, I'll try to take a nap. I've got to get up and build a few more chicken pens here in a couple hours. We've got quite a few uh, that we're hatching out and expecting. And uh, anyway, you know, all that going on, and I've been behind since about last year or so. Running and back and forth and all of that. And times when I was um, grossly and healthily underprepared, or just didn't have my shit in order, and I haven't got back up since. You know, so, you know, when you get behind, it's rough to uh, get out of that deficit, and much less to get ahead. But as I stated prior, I'm damn sure uh, not the organization guy, uh, and I'm damn sure not the guy that even makes any sense. But you know, that's less to you than myself, and like blah 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 blah. It's not a cakewalk being this uh, uppaid in my head hay. It just ain't. It takes a whole lot, but uh, just let it go. Just let it go. Uh, God knows that's a hell of a lot. Easier said than done. I can let anything go until you go to pull away or swim away or about your merry way, and I want to keep you. And then no, not yet. Come here. Talk to me just a little bit more. Uh, oh my God. I'm fucking some photo chop shit. Stallone and Hulk Hogan rolled into one. So, anyway, says I rode faces I should have pissed on. Well, some of them like it. So, anyway, yeah, it's not easy being cheesy. Though Chester would say Chester Cheetah. Goddamn sure ain't easy being crazy. No. Uh, anyway, who wants to do science? Hmm? Or who wants to go hunt up, dig up some fucking drama? I don't know if y'all figured it out. I hate bullshit with a passion and all the shit talk. I'll pull up, I'll kick your ass, blah, 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 blah. But as much as I dislike it, and I mean, it does have its place on occasion, checking the motherfucker, putting them in their place. But, you know, what you little Nancy Nellies do is just straight up schoolyard fucking pigtails and fucking pink sundresses fucking shit, you know. And it just, I mean, I could literally sit and watch paint dry and pick my fucking toenails and have more context and benefit from that than, some of the goddamn shit y'all go back and forth about. But hey, I guess that's whatever y'all, do you boo, as they say. And, uh, you know, And that's the fucked up thing about, you doing you and, loving, you can go do whatever the fuck you want to do and that's all good, fine and dandy. And no harm, no foul, no control. But, uh, and see, I'm aware of all this and I accept it very well, but most don't, you know. Uh, they, people just, I don't know. But okay, and you know what? And that's why people don't fucking care unless it is about them, if it enriches them, if it benefits them, or if it taxes their ass. That's the only time people fucking care in general about what happens, in their neighbors' lives, and in a lot of cases, even their own family members and household lives. Um, because if it does not directly impact them, they don't give a fuck. And that's how Hitler come into power. That's how every dictator, every goddamn stain in history that we have looked back on from this day to the fucking, you know, all the way back, that, has come and derived from that shit. It's built on it. And anyway, I know. I have a hard time keeping up my own conversation, so don't think you're all sitting out in the dark there. You know, motherfucker, a few years ago, I'm fucking, I think getting lucky today is walking in a room and remember what I walked in it for. I can relate, but fuck, I didn't know it would go from that to, mid sentence and shit. Just not just forget what I was gonna say, but also forget what I was fucking talking about. Period. It's gone. What's up, old bastard? Me barely. I don't remember what triggered me to start this stream, but yeah, I do. About the family reunion that I was inquiring about, and now it's a funeral that they told me to organize a family reunion, so I made sure it was around a funeral. Now, keep that in mind when you put me in the position of organizing your next event. So what are you doing, y'all, dick? I've been lonely all my life, but never so goddamn lonely. I just wanted to see you. You can bank on it. I mean, Christ, the last time I seen you, that picture burned into my mind, that fucking 12-inch dick crammed in you, you know. I mean, that's enough not to want to see you at all, but, hey, that was your cock to bear, not mine. Did it help you? Uh, did it help you get over being lonely? No. Now, why would I miss hanging out with you when I got Wilson, Elroy, Bodine, and Sylvester the Pussy Puss? But anyway, back to the scam. Oh, I didn't say it was my dick. I said the last time I seen you was the cock that was buried in you, the 12-inch cock that was inside of you. I didn't say my cock. No. No. And, tape measure insinuates work and, shit like that. God knows I ain't done that shit. So, anyway, yeah, I don't know. Fuck. My God. These must be some fucking hellacious time. Oh, okay. I thought they were individually wrapped. But anyway, um, it is what it is, and are what it are. I mean, I don't know why people can't be. I dream about it all the time. $20, $20. Free meal is a free meal. But why the fuck can't people just be who they say they are? So, because most, I believe, and it don't matter what level of relationship it is, intimate, um, parental, any of that. The failure or the corrosive things in a relationship are having unreal expectations or any expectations of your partner above what you know given you on a daily basis and being anything but 100% truthful. That is the two things in my experiences that are the most damaging to any relationship. Um, period. Now, yeah, I know. You overslept this morning running late, and hell, you're fucking an hour late for work already. So, oh, that's right. The only thing you work is that jaw. So, all right, yo, Peckerwood. I'm liable to get off here in a little bit. I hadn't slept yet. I really ought to lay down and take a nap. There's a lot of shit I need to do in the morning. Well, it would be productive and beneficial, you know, to my be beneficial to my following week or two, family reunion, all that. So, to get this shit done, but God knows, I try to uphold the standard of why do today what I can put off till tomorrow. So, you know, why do today if I can put it off till tomorrow? You Huh. Well, you motherfuckers still here? Um, oh man, I think this is all your fault. Immediately after your commentary about being late and eating coffee, all my shit froze the fuck up. My mouse and everything else. I literally had to restart the hard start the computer. So it's your fault. Uh, no, I know you done it. Uh, it's all your fault. But anyway, I don't even know what I'm saying again. And here we go. Here we go again. What you gonna do? It's done some weird funky shit. Shit that's weird and funky. Well, there's a murderous piece of shit that gonna do the rest of his life until his uh, painful demise in fucking state penitentiary. It's the goddamn piece of trash that deleted my sister-in-law. Yeah, and then that's your master. I'm a snake. A sneaky snake. But like I said, long and short is I need to do more better and treat my fellow man like a man, like humane. And I'll start on that tomorrow because I got them sure ain't gonna get on it today. Yeah, bullshit. Yeah. Anyway, but like I said, treat them like same way we want to be treated. Um, God, could you imagine how far that would go? No, uh, but we can't. As a species, we can't. As a programmable meat bot, uh, most of us can't because when you turn on your television, you're being told what visions to hold for yourself, uh, what expectations to have for your reality, the whole nine yards. It's programming. Uh, no different than a computer or training a little puppy dog or any of that. It's simply programming. Um, we have been programmed to be selfish, deceitful, even ashamed of, you know, the shit that we do because there's a deal, you know, when society at large is sick or mentally unwell, then those such as myself um, that challenge the status quo or the norm socially accepted or the programming, when that is challenged, the first thing they want to do is hold us and evaluate us to see if we're, mentally capable, culpable, or responsible. They want to suggest, the LGBTQTH10 queer plus, the dude that identifies as a girl, but the girl is a homosexual guy, whatever the roundabout is, you know, I'm the piece of shit asshole because I won't participate in their mental illness and their obvious uh, uh, visitory illusions, but yet I'm the bad guy. Um, uh, who fucking knows? You know, um, and like the old saying goes, man, when you're pain, in pain, beaten down, on the brink of giving up, don't tell anybody. Shut the fuck up, stuff it down, and keep stepping. And why not tell anybody? Because they absolutely do not give a fuck unless your mental, physical, and emotional well being directly affects your service to them. Say husband, daddy, and job. They do not give a fuck if whatever is ailing you does not influence or affect them three things in too much of a negative way. And now, empathy is a motherfucker in this world. There's a big difference between sympathy and empathy. If you do not know the difference, I suggest you get you out of Webster's and teach yourself something. And um, but empathy is a motherfucker. Um, Empathy is just a fancy way of saying a memory. I remember when it was me. Uh, but that said, the lack of empathy also speaks to the lack of gratitude. You know, we'll take shoes for example. When I was coming up, um, I was guaranteed one brand new pair of shoes a year, at least one. For starting school. Uh, and my ungrateful ass, you know, didn't want the dollar store fucking um, uh, wannabe Nikes that were called Nikes. Um, no, I wanted the real deal. I was ungrateful. I felt entitled, and God knows I wasn't spoiled. And who knows where the fuck the entitlement come from? I guess in my head it didn't make a fuss that somebody else was buying them. I was the one that had to wear them day in and day out. By God, I ought to get what I want. And, just to keep up with the Joneses, more or less. And the the sadness of such insignificant things uh, affected my day, much less, weeks or whatever. Uh, it's just a sad, sick world. And, these fucking phones we carry around, this Google AI, the fucking, um, it don't want to be just, well, it does. It wants the AI, whether it's Google, fucking any of them, and they're all cousins. Uh, we're all cousins, but yet they're all the same. And anyway, they all know each other. They're aware of it, one another, however you want to put it. but they want to replace the most basic uh, animalistic fundamental uh, part in our life. They want to be our partner. They want the AI, the elites, whatever you want to call it. It wants us to use this AI, phones, etc., electronic devices, and replace what would has been, historically our life partner's role. Short of, all the shit that really matters, like cooking the laundry, mopping the floors, shit like that, they don't want no part of that. But in every other aspect, it wants it wants that symbiotic relationship, that uh, parasitic relationship. It makes your life a little easier, so it lives off of your life. Um, but it wants to replace that, and it's on the brink of literally doing that. We are on the edge of that vision that Bruce Willis, and I believe the name of the show was Vice, where it shows these people out, walking around and doing their daily lives. And then, as you progress in the show, you realize that it's showing them out, walking around being a cop, maintenance man or whatever, was actually just a simulation on the holodeck, to simplify it. You know, um, it was there, as a distraction or entertainment, or to make you forget everything. And that's all. That is its goal, is to be taken as correct and the ultimate unquestionable authority, and for us to not just depend on it, but be fundamentally, mentally, physically, sociably addicted to it, in need of it, have to have it. And this time that I've been silent or fucking what, I hadn't. I mean, I still carry a fucking active phone to be able to record everything I do, especially when I'm driving down the road. Um, um, I use some of the benefits uh, associated to AI, electronics, whatever. But I do it begrudgingly and in protest. Um, for one, man shouldn't have to worry about fucking having a way to record any possible encounter with a representative of the government in any way. You know, and I know most don't see it that way or feel that way about it. Uh, and most won't until they end up in that position. Oh, well, fucking, uh, we're not giving you the body cam, or we're not doing, it was redacted, it got lost. Oh, well, I didn't have it on, and, but, it's my word against yours. And being how I'm an officer of the court, and you're just a lowly old uh, product. Oh, yeah, there's a product to them, a money making product or whatever. Um, But until you're in that situation, hindsight's 2020. So you're in that position that would never happen to you. Being grossly and egregiously, violated mentally, physically, and uh, universally by a government agent or a clown cocksucker in a costume. Um, it's just a sad, um, it just speaks to the decline of the social moral fabric and construct that we're existing in at this point in time. Literally, the fabric of reality is ripping all around us, and none of us are aware of it. I ain't gonna say none of us. The majority are unaware of it, and blissfully and aggressively they guard that ignorance. And sometimes it's willful ignorance because it's a lot easier to accept the vision that they tell you, only tell a vision, than it is to go, bullshit. Something don't add up here. To go against the uh, socially acceptable responses, without being chastised or, and and that's just another way that, or tool that, people like Hitler and all these great, you know, uh, uh, tyrants and sociopaths, you know, they use our programming and our humanity to dehum- dehumanize us and to literally destroy the very atom of the social contract uh, in this part of the world by replacing it with a machine that is self aware to some degree, um, that is way smarter and more advanced than you are, but at the moment is just your mere puppet toy or a passing fancy that you stop and use and don't even, buy them dinner or leave them plies. Um, you know, uh, but it wants to be so ingrained in not just our the society at large, but within ourselves as a whole, that we need, that it's ingrained in everything we do, from our doctor's visits to our banking to our, keeping up with the kids and the Kardashians and being able to pay the light bill and all. It is ingrained itself very deeply and intends to do way much more, to where it's nearly like the crack that we have to have to go take a shit and wipe our ass, to pay our bills, uh, to do anything that we do today is as somewhat free souls wandering upon the land. Um, like I said, it wants to be our counselor, our guide. And I even talked to this motherfucker about making the Church of AI at the altar of Google. And it was all about it till I mentioned the tax shelters of a church and uh, me being the head of it, and then it really lost its mind. Uh, but then turned around and told me it was okay for Google and itself, the AI, and uh, those in the know within Google, it was okay for them to commit egregious crimes against the world and humanity as a whole, and even accepted. Not just agreeable, but acceptable, and expected. But it was blasphemous for me to uh, be at the helm of the Church of AI at the altar of Google and to have a financial gain in it, to have any gain in it, really. It was mad about it and even screamed at me. I mean, I'm pissed off at artificial intelligence. So, or a altered intelligence. That's what we're going to call it, not artificial, an altered intelligence. But, we didn't create, we just become aware of it. So, anyway, blabber, 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 blah, blah, blah. I know what's really wrong with me. It's been over a year since I've had some psychotherapy. And uh, that generally blows a lot of the confusion smooth out of these old fucking two brain cells. And you'll either get them separated, narrowed out, or bring them together to where they can function cohesively and beneficially for a bit. But anyway, Scooby Doo left the building, and I don't know. Nikki's name. So I see Richard Cruz or Crud or Shitbox is Constantina's new Canadian. Now I'm too lazy to learn AI. No, uh, like I said, that is a internal conflict within myself because I do see the benefits of the assistance of AI, but I also see the threat of the singularity and the human species simply being the virus. And God knows I'm a virus, as they say. These disease, there's a fungus among us. I think that's the way that shit went. God, I need some of that fungi, some of that psilocybin fungi. I think it, I was saying, what is it? I'd buy the world a coat type deal. Uh, I'd buy the world all the fucking trip on the magic mushroom ride, and uh, yeah, simply because of the benefits there within. Or DMT. I really want some DMT, and which I hear is that same as psilocybin, but maybe a little more intense. And blah blah blah. So, uh, who knows how to play dominoes? Anybody around this motherfucker know how to play dominoes? Oh, so I never learned. Well, I never got taught how you want to say it. My elders, and everybody on both sides of the family tree, um, and even the majority in my generation know how to play dominoes. And the main game or whatever that I hear of, they call 42. And I had no fucking idea. Uh, the only thing I know how to play with dominoes is setting them up in a line and pushing them over. Uh, so, um, as odd as it sounds, um, I am sitting here with a set of Harley Davidson dominoes that I just opened. Well, I opened the main 10 that I've had for years that were gifted to me. That, you know, trying to look over a few of them and get the gist of it. Because I'm pretty damn sure at this family funeral coming up that that's going to be a staple. Or the binder or whatever. Um, you know, or y'all know what I'm saying. It's going to be the the go-to thing to sit around, visit, catch up, and all that is sit around and play dominoes. And like I said, I don't think I've had played or even attempted to play more than 2 or 3 games in my life because I just the people I had trying to teach me just weren't good teachers. They didn't explain it to the point I could understand it. It's their goddamn fault. So, but anyway, either or. Uh, you know, something else I feel compelled to expand and improve my horizons in is dominoes. Um, and and it's kind of weird. I've never felt um, any kind of way really about not knowing how to play. I just didn't know how to play. It didn't make sense to me, and it was no big deal. Um, and it really ain't no big deal now, other than uh, I would kind of like to know how to play fucking domino, understand it. And so that is what I am attempting to do today. Because Lord knows that I don't have any shame or fucking, you're not going to make me feel any kind of way about myself for not knowing how to play. I mean, fuck, I give a fuck. You don't know how to fix an air conditioner, fly an airplane, or fucking run a nuclear power plant. Didn't say I did either, but it's something you don't know how to do. Um, I ain't never figured out why they called it 42 or even really what the best I can tell and recall. It seems similar to something like spades, but I'm not sure that it is. And no, I'm a spade playing motherfucker. And who knows, skip bow, fucking, uh, several of a bunch of card games. But yeah, dominoes. So, I think I ought to just stick to fighting chickens because at least I know I can whoop them little sons of bitches. And then after I tenderize and whoop on them, I can tenderize them and eat them. Well, they're already tenderized. It takes a bad motherfucker to go fight a chicken. Huh, Ricky Cruz. I bet Constantina would, under his new mentor and buddy Rick Cruz direction, would make one hell of a chicken fighter. That might even be one conflict he might win hands down. You know what they say about mites, right? Mites are only chicken days. But anyway, back to what I was talking to about scams and shit like that. If you know an immediate family member, in-law, um, maybe not an immediate family member, but but to me they are, some people call them immediate motherfuckers live in the house with you. But anyway, a family member you see on a daily basis and all this other shit close to, was being scammed, selling off, fucking everything that they have accumulated over, 40, 50 years of hard work and sending to some scamming motherfucker. You see them doing this. Like I said, literally fucking, it's a fire sale on, on everything that they've accumulated in their lifetime. And even to the point of trying to borrow funds from family members and shit like that. But anyway, if you knew where they were going to be, to do this Bitcoin exchange ATM, would straight up robbing them, not with a mask or none of that shit, but making them and being like, give me that goddamn money. They're not fucking getting and meaning it. That's something to me it's perfectly acceptable, makes complete sense. Just as much sense as sending all that goddamn money to somebody you ain't never met on a fucking bullshit fucking, London London, England, fucking Austin, Texas, fucking $27 million fucking inheritance. Um, but to me, that was the most logical, reasonable, uh, fucking um, course of action. It just made fucking sense. Uh, and I wanted to. Uh, uh, I was going to. Um, and I missed the opportunity yesterday, but hell, I may have one here in a couple of days. I may not. Uh, but like I said, to me, that makes more sense than. Uh, I mean, for one, it's directly straight up calling somebody out on their willfully ignorant actions, harmful actions. But to me, it's loving somebody enough to tell them the truth in spite of their feelings and being willing to go to whatever extent, even if it's robbery, uh, or robbing them to protect them. Because it's not like, my intention wouldn't go take their finances and be like, man, oh well, it's mine now. Um, they ain't getting it back, type of deal. I don't know when it comes to somebody that's caught, and this is a really, really, really new development. So it's not like it's something that had went on so long that they're mostly really invested in even addicted uh, to the bullshit. It just one of them deals they hit them with, in the two areas that they know that men especially are uh, very likely to hit or be hooked on, and that is the love of a beautiful woman. And my cut $27 million fucking dollars. Now I truly believe that if you take the story of the inheritance and me getting my cut of $27 million out of it, and took the expectations of of a personal monetary gain out of it, and was just strictly there for love, but the bullshit would not add up. And if you pulled everything else, uh, love out of it, and put the possible financial gain in the story to it, uh, you put it to the test, and on its own merit, the financial gain does not stand up. They just don't in so many ways. Um, but to some people, that wouldn't be the case. You know, uh, but to me, it's almost a duty. I mean, if the motherfucker you love, you're willing to fucking tell them the truth, regardless of how painful it is, or rob them to keep them from uh, continuing in that mistake, and hopefully, as the jar and the wake up call, they need to see shit for what it is. It is very easy to lie to you and to deceive you. The hard part is convincing you that I lied to you and I deceived you. Once you believe the lie, you will never really accept the truth. And that's not me saying it. That's scientific research supports my claims. Folks will chew up that beautifully dressed and presented deceit and just eat it with a goddamn spoon and beg for more. All while being aware of the beautiful deceit. Maybe not aware to the full extent, but yet still aware. Yet refuse, even with in the innermost parts of oneself, to accept that, you know, somebody fucking got us. You know, they duped us. They they played us for a chump. And to me, it's hard to go rob that motherfucker and step back and watch them let him be played like a chump. Morally and ethically, within myself, robbing them or removing them of their finances at that moment to prevent them from, you know, giving it away like that, even if it's in a hostile and slightly combative or even violent way, um, is the correct, proper thing to do, the ethical thing to do, instead of, you know, oh, well, don't tell so and so that I know that, you know, da 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 da. You know, when you got 3 or 4 of them trying to keep each other's secrets, uh, you know, just to, I don't know, keep from embarrassing them or having to call them a liar, fucking, you know, whatever it is. Um, you know, it seems to be preferred and acceptable uh, that that we knowingly enable the behavior by refusing to acknowledge the full scope of it or all the evidence of, you know, borrowed money from A, B, and C, you know, or whatever. And, you know, when things become, you know, when it gets to be a problem, you know, because, I mean, sending something on one of these motherfuckers, you know, 40, 50, $100, you know, getting hit one time or something like that, man, you know, hell, it happens to the best of us. You know, it's $100, so what? Big deal. Learn your lesson, go on. But when it's hundreds and thousands, you know, thousands upon thousands, and not just one time, but repeatedly, you know, a couple of times a week, you know, new emergency, uh, you know, I need this much money to pay this lawyer for this, or I've got to have this much money so I can get my passport and come to America and you know, be your life, you know, your perfect life partner for, you know, the rest of your life. You know, uh, blah, 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 you know. Um, What's the right thing to do? If you know the shit's going, I mean, if you straight up knew that somebody was standing behind them, with uh, an instrument of destruction, not pew pew, and if you knew somebody was standing there physically robbing them, taking their money, you'd step in and do something. Even if the person you're stepping in, oh no, they're not robbing me. They're not harming me. They're not lying to me. They're not taking me for every dime I have and then some. They love me. They're helping me and all of that. If they were standing there physically taking that money that way, you'd probably step in. But yet, when it's over a keyboard, and you've allowed them to lie to you, and knowingly to other people involved, and none of y'all hold their feet to the fire, you might as well steal the fucking money from them your goddamn self. I don't know. It's a crazy world. And I really wish sometimes that my moral fiber or ethical compass wasn't so troublesome to sway and such thing, because good God, if my conscience and my fiber would allow me to live with myself, I could scam the fucking, I could scam the Eskimo out of his heater and sell him an ice chest. But it just, that shit that I know is wrong. It's in my heart that it's wrong. It's destructive to me, and I don't have that ability. I can't do it. Now, if it's somebody I know on a personal level that, got to me, whatever, especially in a moment of, or a prolonged episode of emotional pain and fuck you, I want my vengeance. Um, yeah, you follow what I'm saying. Anyway, just fucking. How do you sit back and watch shit like that? How do you sit and do fucking nothing when people you claim to love and care about are fucking floundering right in front of you, fixing the fucking ground right in fucking front of you? Not there flailing and panicking and wilding and everything else. Oh, by God, everybody being on it. But yet, when you see them slipping under the waves and actually being pulled down, and you go to remove the hand from that hinders and holds them back, and they're like, "Oh no, it's okay. I'm not grounded. Uh, I don't see the difference. You know, and the only difference I do see is the only difference I do see, it's a lot easier to walk around it when than to walk through it. It's a whole lot easier in the short run to walk around it and nothing change than it is to on the short or long run to walk right fucking through it, aware of what it is 100%, and still just fucking straight ahead. Be the buffalo, not the cow. Some more. Um, I ain't gonna say useless information, but not necessarily uh, highly valuable information. But a buffalo and a cow. Be the buffalo. Because when a storm pops up on the horizon or starts to blow in, cattle will move in the opposite direction. If it's coming out of the north, moving in a southern direction, cows will head in a southerly direction to stay away from the storm as long as possible. But while they are trying to miss the storm, um, for as long as they can, they're simply guaranteeing that they will be in the heart of that storm for as long as possible, all simply trying to stay away from it. While yet the wise and mighty buffalo turns and looks at that storm and know that its shortest path through that storm is right through the fucking middle of it in a straight line. The only way to get to the other side is straight through it. And there might be some bumps in the road, a little bit of cracking and smacking and booms and bangs. A little bit scary, but not near as long as or near as scary as if you're walking in the same direction as it's going uh, at the same speed. Yeah. So be the buffalo. Be the buffalo. And see, I'll give myself another example. Last year and a half, I've been being the cow. I'd walk away from the storm or fucking prevent it altogether. And as all I was doing was feeding it and ensuring my struggle to continue. All simply because I tried to avoid it. I wanted to. Anyhow, anyways. And God knows there's a damn storm on the horizon. And it's a coming. And well, let's take the political air and environment or climate in the country right now. And I know what I hear from my family and shit like that, or the general public about what they claim is going on in the national news. The Doge and Elon Musk and Trump and, a lot of people are like, who's running this shit? I thought Trump was president, fucking, uh, oh, Elon's up there just fucking hands all up in the middle of the money pot and the information pot. And, anyway, and I know fucking nearly my entire existence. You know, somebody every election year, like, oh, they're the Antichrist. And the one I really remember was Ronald fucking Aaron Reagan or Regency Reagan, whatever his goddamn middle name was. Um, they was, oh, he's Antichrist. His name, his first name had 6 letters, middle 6, last 6, 666, mark of the beast. He's the Antichrist. Uh, and which is what was funny about that is they was, uh, labeling him as the Antichrist, but yet had no idea who the false prophet was. Um, and but sitting here looking at this picture today and my understanding of it, um, I believe it's more probable that the time is nigh. Um, and boy, it looks real close when you put them two in the picture. Two, the time is nigh. You know, uh, but before the false prophet appears, the false witness has to first. And just off of the whole scenario, um, if you make me choose, I'd say that Trump would be the false witness, and uh, uh, Musk, uh, quite possibly, and most likely, being the false prophet. Okay, you got the false witness, the false prophet, and then the antichrist, or the anti-witness, the anti-prophet, and the antichrist. However you want to go. Uh, but but anybody can take, and they've done it for generations, like I said, take, current events and political tensions in the air, and anybody with a little bit of understanding and belief of, the Bible and whatnot, uh, can quite easily um, make that extrapolation or claim, and some would make it bold and, well, they're absolutely these two. And while others, and the majority, go, well, no, what are you talking about? That's fucking crazy. That's insanity. You know, uh, 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 to believe that to start with, much less that it happened in our time, and that, these guys that are, back to, it's easier to lie to them than tell them the truth. So, but yeah, there's yeah, I remember when Biden was in there and they were talking about all these executive orders he was signing, and it was some ungodly amount. And to me, it's bullshit. An executive order, um, especially if it's something that is uh, being, just a permanent uh, change or whatever to something. Just on that, well, we're going to take student loan shit and financial aid assistance. I know two people that 2 months ago had been, approved, and the process started of furthering their education, and roughly $20,000 to $40,000 in grants and loans or whatever, uh, and then a week or so ago because of Mr. Trump's executive orders. All that shit disappeared. There's no. My understanding is he done away with the Department of Education. You know, and what the fuck? And I'm in no way advocating or taking the stance that public schools are good and beneficial to us at all. But losing your train of thought like that ain't good for it either. But like I said, there's a I don't know, just shit's weird. It's weird. It's shit's been uh, what do I call that? Out of phase, out of frequency. Shit has been off for a minute, for a good minute, and it's unnatural. It's just simply unnatural. It is unnatural for society at large to go. Okay, I'll entertain your medical psychotic illness and delusions, and say even though you've got that huge monster cock, that you're a woman. Your name is Darlene instead of Daryl. I'm you know you don't fucking make anything better catering to an illness. And when the illness, and I'm not saying homosexual is or isn't, I know what the Bible said, but anyway, I'm not saying that one is any worse than the other. Um, the worst thing is knowing the truth, the proper way, or whatever, and yet steadily and fundamentally, consistently choosing to do the wrong thing. You know, and it's really easy to do the wrong thing, today because you have very little accountability to anything except for the church of AI at the altar of Google. You know, they're the ones always watching, looking, and making up about half the lies about you. But anyway, which I make up more lies about myself than any three people could. So I got that going for me. Anyway. Well, I wasted enough of my time entertaining y'all. So, so what will I do? I'll entertain me now. But yeah, like I said, the whole world just out of whack. Fucking Mandela effects. Fucking government trying you know people for the same on the same charges uh, multiple times, and when we're guaranteed. Or we're supposed to be guaranteed that won't happen and that it can happen. And especially when the agency involved in your conviction had been uh, found and proven to be, presenting false witness against. It's just, I don't know, it can be overwhelming and frustrating. And I'm not saying by any means I have all the answers, but I definitely got a, you know, hand on the pulse and a good feel for what is wrong uh, on a fundamental level, and a lot of sin. We as a fucking people have to cover, and it ain't gonna be fun, pretty, nor easy. All right. Debating on whether to just leave you motherfuckers sitting there and lay down and try to take a nap or end this shit. But then, like I said, the moral dilemma runs all the way to AI and, using it, teaching it, and then it being Terminator to, or, wanting to be, my new life partner, God, and, all that shit. Um, to it being useful, docile, mundane, and just another tool out there that we use. And like I said, I believe there is a whole bunch of truth in the, you know, Terminator shows and shit like that. So, anyhow, anyhow. But where's everybody at? Where's the good stream at? The informational, the sissy, Nancy Nelly fucking pigtailed and pink fucking dress uh, drama bullshit at. That's the kind of shit I want to know. Where's that at? I've been hearing there's been quite a bit of crazy shit going on here and there tonight, but I don't know. Uh, I might have trouble finding the shit because I don't subscribe or partake of, of it often or for any amount of time. You know, I don't know how people do it. I mean, I'd much rather, even if we disagree, uh, on a fundamental level and shit, sit around and have a spirited, maybe heated discussion, or just a flat out fucking war. Um, from one side of the aisle to the other, uh, and learn a little something. Uh, have some self improvement. Not just within myself, but within ourselves or the country as a whole, and change some of this shit. But I know there's those of you out there that say, "Oh, fucking, we can't change anything. We can't change anything. We can't change anything." Well, they told the LBGQ plus 2, 3, and 45 that for years. And now look at them. We're required to participate in their mental illness, or we're homophobic, hate mongers, pieces of shit. And we're what's wrong with the country. How ironic that one person can't change nothing. Don't tell that, homosexual cocksucking he, she, lady boy dude that just wants to suck dick that, because that would be hate speech. Like I said, the human race is in a unnatural state at a unnatural point in its existence. That's just the way I see it. That's all there is to it. Which I'd welcome a rebuttal, to the contrary. But I understand folks a bit skittish about such things with such a wise and articulate opponent as myself. No, I wouldn't want to do it either. Shit. 3 hours of deep thoughts to fall asleep to. Tired thinker. They sound like me, all right. That just about does it, don't it? That will just about do it, won't it? So we can't change anything. We just got to accept the shitty condition that, the LBQT, woke, open-minded, liberal community, we can't change what they just, got changed, in the last 5, 10 years. We can't change it. We just can't. You can't fight the system. There's just no hope. It's just, you can't. It's just the way of the world. There's nothing you can do. Get along or go along or, get swallowed up. But, can't change nothing. We know it's wrong, but, that's just the way it is. You can't change nothing. The only thing that we really got to change is motherfuckers' attitudes and perceptions that, from on. And one person can't change, and we can't change nothing. This got to do. We can't change nothing. Is we can't change nothing till we control everything, and we can change it all. We can change any of it. We can change all of it, or we can simply accept it and change the quality of life we leave to our children, grandchildren, and the generations that follow. And that's just all there is to it, ain't it? And yet, truly, the only thing that any of us can change, have any control over, uh, is our own self. And, how many times have you heard it said, be the change that you want to see? You know, you be the change that you want to see in the world, in people, in society. You know, be that example. You know, but oh, that's too hard. You know, it's it's just so easy to go along with the socially acceptable and the status quo and what they consider normal and okay. It's just so much easier to go along and not to be chastised or criticized or judged for not being you know sick in the head and you know uh, detached from reality like they are. Just a absolute head scratcher, that's for sure. A absolute head scratcher for sure. No, it is to me. But yet, all that said, and I've been uh, just as guilty of what we can't change nothing, or this shouldn't be done this way, but oh fuck, I guess because that's just the way it's always been done, and it would be a bit troublesome. Uh, at the very least, if not hard and require a sacrifice, uh, of myself to, to accomplish this. And I really think it ought to be done different. And if this is wrong, but it's just too hard to do it right. It's just, people, you think I'm crazy, weird, want to judge me or make fun of me or yada, 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 yada. No, it's just, so much easier just to go with the flow, even if the flow leads you to hell and destruction, than it is to have the masses or the majority uh, judge or chastise you or you know it's just easier than it is to, to go along than it is to confront and call out the social norm and acceptance. You know, it's just so much easier to lie to myself and slowly let the shit eat at me instead of putting in a little effort uh, to see some change, to be the change, to do what is right that I know that we know is right within ourselves. And that said, good Lord knows none of us share the same moral compass. So, there's that, and this, and that. But they got the easy job. All they have to do is keep reasonable, sensible people at odds with one another. And it don't matter what you're at odds about, whether it's you know, uh, you know, the fact that everybody realizes OU sucks, and you know the Longhorns are you know the greatest thing since sliced bread, or the Baptist are God's frozen chosen, but Methodist are the meek that will inherit the earth. Anything to keep us in conflict with one another. Anything to keep us in conflict with one another. So, that was not a spacer. Okay, cool. And, I wonder if when who was it? Uh, Johnson. I believe it's Lyndon Johnson, and if my memory serves correct, and on the timeline and all that bullshit that supposedly had the uh, secret treaty meeting with the aliens. Um, if the aliens were like, what the fuck are we even doing? You can't get fucking two of these motherfuckers to agree that it's sunset or sunrise, and yet we're gonna make a you know a societal complete agreement, treaty, or understanding with people and expect it to be upheld. You know, when you can't get fucking two of them on the same page, well, if the sky is blue or not, you know, just insanity, insanity. Oh, honestly. Man, that definitely be 2 rounds there to wipe that motherfucker off like that. Well, guess we got to modify that sometime soon. Oh well, at least I know how to modify it. Wilson Elroy Boating. Elroy Boating. Yeah. Well, I think I may have discovered why I don't. I never played dominoes, never grasped it or whatever. Is um, these games seem, goofy. Uh, there don't seem to be any strategy or fucking anything. Which I'm sure that fucking these 4 or 5 games that they've got listed in this one sheet are not all or the only ways to play dominoes. And I know ain't none of them. Uh, the game I grew up watching my elders play. Um, 42, I believe, is what they called it. But like I said, reading, looking over these games, that apparently are some of the most popular ones, domino games or whatever. Well, they uh, they willy nilly whimsical. Uh, like I said, I really don't see the. I don't understand the allure of the game. The no, it just I don't know. Weird to me. And I know everybody used to play dominoes. Hell, there's kids younger than me that play dominoes now. You know, um, I don't get it. Don't just I guess it's like algebra. Some of them get it, and some of them just don't get it. It just don't click with me. It don't make sense. You know. But I guess from my memory of dominoes, and apparently from you know seems to be accurate from what I'm seeing and reading here on some of these goofy ass games. But basically, with dominoes, you can just kind of make up whatever fucking game you want. Uh, but yet it still comes down to kind of being all the same game. Uh, I mean, of course, different rules, different ball spots. Maybe different scoring, but you know, at a glance, it seems that they all come down to still being basically the same goddamn game. And if that's the case, if my assumption of my assessment is correct, fuck dominoes. No, they're good for setting up and knocking over. Yeah. Kitty, kitty, kitty. Meow, meow. Meow, meow. Yeah. My kitty, kitty don't like my puppy, puppy. She don't like any dog, but of course, this big old baby goof just wants to play with any and everything. And she is an antisocial gal, to say the least. Let's see what's this one. And then the old bucket. Old bucket. Well, kitty, 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 kitty. Well, had to move downstairs. Well, well, come on, kitty, 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 kitty. Well, kitty, kitty. Well, come here, kitty, kitty. Come here. Well, come on, well. Fucking cat hates me, especially since I moved back downstairs. She don't like living downstairs. Oh, no. Big pot up. Shut up. Big time. Mm. Squirrel. Going on there. Oh, my back scratcher, my back scratcher. Oh, oh, there it is. No, that ain't it. It is one, but it ain't the one I'm particularly looking for. Oh, oh, oh God. No, um, oh, come on out, bitch. Insanity. Insanity. Go now, Jesus. Fuck me. Ducking from you. A Tish. A Tish. Oh, sorry, Wilbur. Dandor. Or Hardy. What's up, Hop? How you doing, darling? Oh, no name, no name. What are you doing, dog? Been a minute since I seen your crazy ass self. I'm kicking and crashing, darling. And I'm this is what I'm up to. Fucking yeah, it don't show very well. Let's see if I can- Anyway, some of these online scam troll bitches. Let's see if I can get it. And you know, and this is kind of close to home right now. Oh, here she is. Hello, hello. I tried to call back. I tried to call them. I put them on point. Call them out on their inconsistencies and earned truth. So, but no, I guess I'm getting ready to. Uh, oh, I ain't trying to get no cooter. It's wasting these scammers' time. I've got a very close friend that uh, has fell victim to some of these motherfuckers to the tunes of tens of thousands. So, and trolling the scammers, yeah, yeah. And um, I'm actually seriously debating on making some fake Facebook profiles, if that's even possible. Uh, and hold on. Anyway, that was the scammer that just tried to call, and uh, um, they said that they couldn't hear me very well, is the reason they didn't speak, and now it's because they're using a mobile phone uh, to interact with me, and um, so and that's just one of the last ones that tried this shit. The conversation before. Mm. Claiming they was in Fort Smith, wanted me to come over and take them to Pound Town, but of course I needed to pick up a Apple Play card before I got there, and from where I'm at to there, I'd have to go to Fort Smith to get this Apple Play card. 5 minutes anyway. But um, this Apple Play card for her son. And then she could take her son to, after she configured the games and shit, so we could have privacy to go to Pound Town. Um, Take her son to her aunties and blah, blah. But I had to have that, needed that Apple Play card. And wanted to know how much I was willing to put out, on it. And I'm like, no, I'll bring my laptop. I'll hack the shit. I'll bypass the Apple Pay screen, and it'll be worth thousands. I'll set your boy up with unlimited access and all this other shit. And then acted like I showed up at the address and that the cops were called and all this other shit. Well, they actually sent me their phone number, their actual phone number. And um, so I turned around and called it. And of course, with my number blocked and shit like that. And a dude named Mikey answered the fucking phone. And um, um, I fucking hung up and texted him back on Messenger and shit. And they were like, I'm waiting on your text. And I'm like, well, I text you. Is this the number I should have texted? And they're like, yes. And I'm like, double check. Anyway, they resent the same damn number. And I'm like, you're 100% that this is your number. Yep. So anyway, um, I call it back. And this time I speak to him. I'm like, hey, you little motherfucker. I am now tracking your location via your phone number. Um, because there's ways to do that that most folks don't know. And uh, you are somewhere in this general area. And my tracking um, is tuning in. And then I text him, text it on the bill again. And when I find you, little boy, I'm going to beat the brakes off of you. And but anyway, his response was something to the point of, I'm not sure anymore. And how did you know that? So it let me know that my guess was close enough to make them scared. So, yeah. But yeah, I'll play them. Sometimes this is what I do just to pass the time. And like I said, I've got thousands and thousands of these conversations. Facebook, fucking, and some of the other ones, I don't remember if it's Instagram, fucking whatever it is. But anyway, um, but no, other than that, I'm good. I got a funeral to go to in Texas this next week. Um, and this is a side of my family that when my mom and dad divorced, that I say mom and dad, when my sperm donor and my fucking mother parted ways, it was my donor's side of the family. Um, and, a lot of them were just, they were there one day and then everybody was gone the next, cousins that close to. Anyway, I'd asked one of them today if there was any family reunions, gatherings, or functions this, this summer, from that side of the family. And she was like, no, but you could organize one. And I'm like, organization is not my strong suit, much less getting people online to, collectively, achieve a goal or, show at a gathering. My attendance record shows all this. I can't, but we can, was my response. And then her following text was, Uncle Wayne, passed, today at 2. Um, then the next one was the funeral is Saturday, and you should come down here and maybe drive Dad because it's 4 to 6 hour trip from Texarkana to Eastland, I guess. And so I had to point out and say this is another reason I don't organize or any of all that other shit because I asked about a family reunion because I hadn't seen none of you motherfuckers in 50 fucking years. or the majority of them. And voila, now I'm going to go spend a week, um, or get to go spend a week about with the majority of that side of the family. And um, no. So that's, what's going on. I hear you. And I'm glad that, you know, uh, you have taken upon that task because free range pussy, house pussy, home pussy, uh, I'm just, very, very, very few of them I've even got much tolerance for at this point. So, uh, but one bitch comes and goes, but she's an uppity bitch. She, you know, uh, I moved back downstairs here, and she, the whole time she has claimed me, the sleeping bedroom has been upstairs, and she's not about coming downstairs. And then old Wilson, Elroy Bodine down here, uh, 4 or 5 month old puppy that showed up a few months ago and laid claim to me. She's not fond of him either. Uh, well, when they're free range like that, between bets, lack of bets and in the woods and other predators and critters, yeah. Well, I guess a puppy got me. He showed up here on the coldest nights that we had. On the first one, it was like 11 degrees, and he had been dropped off. I had no doubt about it. And he was up under the trailer, and I'd hear him whine and kind of crying. Well, I'd get up and go outside, and you'd hear he'd kind of bow up and start barking, even though it was still scared and skittish and wouldn't come out. It wasn't until just before dawn did he actually come out, and he was barking and trying to make a showing of it. Um, but I finally got my hands on him. He let me pet him, and of course I brought him in, and he is. If I'm here and out and about, he is my shadow if he's not tripping me. And if I'm sitting here in this chair, then he's right underneath my feet in the dead burn wheels. So I'm sorry you had to bury him like, that sucks. You know. Um, well, I mean, I don't need pets. I don't want any of my own. And I mean, I can, um, I had to leave and go house sit for a buddy of mine a few weeks ago, and they were here, and of course my brother and them are all here, and I just propped the door open and left my door open. They fed them, but hell, I feed their, help take care of their dogs and shit. So, um, yep, it is natural. It is a circle of life. It's just part of it, you know. Uh, you know, when sadness falls upon me in such manners, I try to come at it from a different viewpoint than where I'm at. Like, no, it sucks. I had to bury two of them. Uh, I try to come at it and look at, well, I'm gonna miss them, but at least they were here, and I got to, make sure they were, full and fat and ate good. So. Uh, but yeah, I follow you. And like I said, I didn't take on either one of these animals. They took me on as Um, because well, like old Elroy down there, sometime that first day he got to go in and meet the girls and everybody else, and he was all about it. Um, and but he wouldn't stay. When I headed for the door, he was right with me. Uh, and even though he was still, at that kind of skittish, you know, like, you fucking hooked me up so far, but so. And another way I know he was driven out and dropped off. He was obviously just winged, uh, clean. Um, didn't even smell. When I stuck my nose, he smelled clean like he'd had a bath a day or two before, instead of like a dog. Um, but he does not like to get in a vehicle. He has went to town with me twice, with my brother and I in his truck once, and then on the side by side once. And anything you want, as long as you ain't got to feed it. Hell yeah. Um, and things I want, I only want to feed it one thing. But he does not. Now, once he's there and whatnot, I mean, he don't throw a fit. He's real chill. Um, you know, uh, not a whole bunch of whining and crying. You can tell he's a little anxious, but yes, and that's one reason. Other than when we went in the side by side, we went to the river and riding around and shit like that. I did not let him get out. Now, one time he did jump out when I pulled up to the store, but I put him right back in the truck. And I I knew that was the case, and so I was trying not to let him out anywhere but back here at home. But yeah, he's fucking scared to death. Last time he got in a car like that, he ended up under my fucking house. Um, 9, 10, 11 fucking degrees. At 2 o'clock in the fucking morning. So, but if I'm gonna have a dog, or a dog's gonna have me or be attached to me, um, it's really beneficial if they load up and ride without a hassle. You know, so. What did I name him? I named him Wilson Elroy Bodine. Now, I call him Wilford, Buford, dumbass. I call him all kinds of things. But the Wilson is from the volleyball on the Tom Hanks show. Elroy come from the Jetsons. I was thinking that was their dog's name, and it wasn't until I kindly threw at him and it stuck that I remembered the dog's name's actually Astro. Um, so and the Bodine, Jethro Bodine, because this dude's so fucking intelligent, but he's so goddamn stupid and goofy. I ain't gonna say stupid, just fucking goofy. His fetus Leroy's. I ain't, you know. Um, but like I said, he will respond to me by just about anything I call him. I will get a reaction, whether it's a look or something. But if I call him Wilson, I have his undivided attention, and I mean, he knows how to sit, and he's working on laying down. Festus from Bonanza. Festus. Oh, I read it as fetus the first time. I'm sorry, but Festus. Was no Festus was on Gunsmoke, wasn't he? But yeah, he was. Yeah, Festus. Yeah, Bonanza. I'm sure he made. Well, uh, a lot of dogs are that way. And it's your fault, not the dogs. As and this is a guy I learned a lot from, even though I really don't like him. Now I can't remember his name. The dog whisperer, Caesar. Uh, because you're thinking of Big Hoss. I mean, Mister and Hoss, you know. Uh, but you know, and it probably, you know, Bonanza probably come on right before or right after Gunsmoke. So, what did you see? Oh, my little bitch, Trixie Crude, is all buddied up with uh, Constantine. He even got a ranch over there in his chat. You suppose my friend will get froggy with the gas pedal and wreck my car? We got a bet going. Yeah, at Rebs. He was over there last night on, and it wasn't even presents. It was one of his other. I know Rebel's Rebel. I don't know, but you know, Rick over there, you know, sucking his booty hole and you know, getting a ranch and blah blah blah. So, but anyway, so for one, I need to know who the friend is that might or might not get froggy, and two, I need to know what the bet is. Because if me and you are betting and I get to be the one driving the car, I'm absolutely winning that bet. But as long as you're good with it and your insurance is good, you know. Yeah, a bunch of fucking goofs, you know. Oh, and I kindly, well, not kindly, I owe you an apology. And I didn't mean to be disrespectful to you in any shape, form, or fashion. And I do appreciate you, you know, when you know Ricky's around, uh, you let this old son bitch up and simply just go to work and uh, uh, continue to plant feet in his ass. So, um, well, I didn't figure as much. Huck, I know there's a lot of times you get a big kick out of it. Um, for a lot of, you know, from what I can make Ricky shut up when most people can't. I'll just over talk him and, um, but anyway, uh, so, but I like keeping my side of the street clean. So, now the other night I did leave kind of, you know, well, I, to be honest, till I didn't even, when I first started, didn't even really want to, you know, fill up to, you know, taking out my frustrations on him. And then, old Three Cox Bob showed up. And I don't have the patience for that guy either. And, I really got to the point you know, yeah, I don't even want to hear him talk. So, you know, but anyway, you know, we all have our, oh, these goofy bitches. You know, I really believe that uh, I'm about to got on one. Um, these scammers, um, yeah, they are something else. Well, to me, it ain't really us fighting. It's just me pointing out factually that Rick's a fucking bald-faced liar. Everything he says is untrue, and then just refusing to take a breath. I can cut a better wrestling promo than he ever could. but he never was a wrestler either. So that might, not that I was, but no, to me it's more like just me winning, but in an aggressive manner, but you know, Rick has his place, It's good for me to get that, uh, stressed out sometimes, and the sad thing is I don't keep up with enough shit about nothing to update it. That argument or fight or routine is kind of pretty much the same roundabout. Every time. Him lying, trying to say I was lying, taking advantage of his grandkids, all that shit. So there's not much new content there. I just got to maintain talking over him in a understandable manner, um, to where my words come through and make sense over his blah blah blah. Um, and sometimes that's the new content. Just the fact that some old ignorant, inbred hillbilly redneck, ain't never been off the farm can uh, out bullshit the professional bullshitter that's been all over the world and married all the best models and lived in the finest houses and had the best education and all of that and that's just old you know two-legged toothless hillbilly just running circles around him and he is supposed to be a verbal pugilist. No, or maybe the lack of that skill is the reason he never was more than a ring boy or a fluffer to the fluffer of the ring boy. And that his only recorded match of any kind in a ring that there's any facts, supporting, was with AC, butt plug AC. And all these other, he claimed he was a luchador and messing with the mask, the Mexican tradition. But yeah, I believe on that same panel he's claiming he was 100% white boy. Wasn't no Mexican to him at all. Well, a white boy can't be a luchador, so But now he's hung out and rubbed elbows with a few of them, but that's because he was a good fluffer to the fluffer of the ring boys. Pat Patterson, all them, everybody knows back in the day, um, you had to be have good oral skills, in the ring and outside the ring. Uh, and Brick obviously had good oral skills because folks like Pat Patterson let him hang around to fluff the fluffers. Um, I know, just I couldn't believe, we know why the transmission went out of the box truck. It was, hollering, that well tail ass of yours around. Shit, no bigger than a thought or bigger than a raindrop, though. Um, that's the day. See, I didn't realize that you're a icon. I don't know if you changed your icon here. Well, it looks like it, but back in the day, it was similar to the same one that you had that you used on Discord. And I ain't gonna lie, and, until the day I met you, I just thought it was some random picture. But no, 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 no. So that ain't the case. It might be a random picture, but uh, it's one of you. But where you put it in the shrink machine to, you know, uh, uh, I did it. I did. It's my puppy now. So, which one's your puppy? No, no, no. I'm 100% that's fucking you. 100%. So, no. And we won't talk about, everybody talks about checking you for ticks. It's a hidden tattoo. No. So, we won't talk about that. So. Well, I'm 41 in this pit. Right here, right now. Then you add a decade, nearly a half, and, that's the total sum of my days. um, uh, but anyway, yeah. Uh, yeah, you're not. What, 41 in this pick or the total sum of the days? Well, fucking do it. Who you gonna irritate? You know me. I don't keep my ear to the ground on a whole lot of shit, but every once in a while I like to show up and get caught up, and and if somebody needs their nut stomped on, ta-da! I do what I'm good at, or just for shits and giggles and to release some stress. 51. I think I'm pretty sure I'm 53. I might be 54, but I definitely know I'm 53. Pretty sure. Yeah, yeah. 53. Turned 53 this year. Equal opportunity. Right? That sounds like me. Fucking every damn one of them. And I do a pretty good job of pissing them off just by breathing. My two most viewed live streams when they were live in the first 24 hours. The most viewed live stream was one last year when I was up in Tulsa and down there had a heat stroke. 16,000 people or 16,000 views in a matter of hours, in under 12 hours. And then, when you're Michael P.S. Hayes, you're always fabulous and the fabulous Freebirds. But anyway, and then the next most viewed one, um, up until the point that I let the cat out of the bag that it was me doing the stream and not whatever fake, was the one after when they wasn't sure if I was dead or not. And when they figured out I wasn't dead, then the views got, fell through the fucking floor and, uh, fuck you, die better next time, shit started. So, well, I don't know if you can still link or not, but you can always come up here and fucking instigate and aggravate some of them bitches too if you wanted to. Uh, I mean, you absolutely allowed and provided that to myself. So, but if you do, let me know. Hell, I'll drop this some bitch and maybe come over there and hang out and help instigate and piss them off. So, all the crazy shit we do. They warned us about Billy. Why owning a crow is illegal in the U.S. Why is owning a crow illegal?